اللهم ارزقني شفاعة الحسين يوم الورود، وثبت لي قدم صدق عندك مع الحسين وأصحاب الحسين الذين بذلوا موجهم دون الحسين عليه السلام. وإلى أرواح أموات الحاضرين والسامعين والباذلين والمشاهدين نودي لهم جميعا ثواب سورة المباركة الفاتحة مسبوقة بالصلاة على محمد وآل محمد.
Ahsant Mullah Tayyib Allah Anfasak. Before we begin, unfortunately we had some sad news today that one of the close family members of Al-Haraka Al-Husainiyya, Hanan Hadi, unfortunately we made du'as for her during the nights of Muharram. She's passed away, Allah yarhamha. I don't know whether to say unfortunately, but hani and laha, because she has been returned to her Lord on the day of Ashura after recitation of the Maqtal. So please, for all the mu'mineen that are in the hall right now, before we begin, please recite Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are very honored and saddened actually for the last time during these holy nights to welcome our dear guest, Sheikh Azhar Nasr. As you remember, Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam, Imam Al-Sajjad alayhi salam, and the rest of the Sibaya from the aftermath of Karbala. In their memory, first and foremost, Sallu ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Our second of salawats dedicated specifically to the mountain of patience, Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam, Sallu ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. And as always, to hasten the reappearance of our 12th and awaited Savior, and I'll ask for our brothers also to move slightly forward, to hasten the reappearance of our 12th and awaited Savior, Imam Al-Hujjah, Ajjallah Ta'ala Farajah Al-Sharif, the third and final loudest of salawats ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
عطروا أفواهكم وزينوا مجالسكم بذكر محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك وأناخت برحلك، عليك مني سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار. Everyone together. السلام على الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين ورحمة الله وبركاته. أما النبي فقد قضى وبقلبه من قومه قبسات وجد مكمن والبضعة الزهراء ماتت بعدما ألقت بضرب سياطهم للمحسنين والمرتضى أردوه في محرابه بيمين أشقى العالمين وألعني وبالسم النقيع عدايا وتين من كف جعدة قد قضى الحسن السني وإليك عني لا تقول حدث بما لاقى الحسين فرزقه قد شفني حيث المصائب جمته لم أدر ما منها عليك أقص إذ كلفتني. إن زيارة الناحية المقدسة, the Imam of our time, our living Imam, he speaks to his grandfather Imam Al Hussein. Imam Al Mahdi, he is Sahibul Aza. We are here to give our condolences to him. In Ziyarat al-Nahiya, look at how the 12th Imam addresses his grandfather Imam Al Hussein. يقول السلام على الشيب الخضيب. He says, peace be upon that beard that was drenched in blood. السلام على الشيب الخضيب. السلام على الخد التريب. Peace be upon the dusty cheeks of Aba Abdullah. السلام على الجسم السليب. Peace be upon the looted body of Hussain. السلام على الثغر المقروع بالقضيب. Peace be upon the teeth of Aba Abdullah. Peace be upon the teeth that were poked at by Ibn Ziyarat. السلام على الرأس المرفوع. Peace be upon the head that was raised upon the spears. It is narrated that Rayyan ibn Shabib, he comes to Imam Al-Ridha alayhi salam in the month of Muharram. Imam Ali ibn Musa Al-Ridha alayhi salam, he says to him in the famous narration, قال يا ابن شبيب إن كنت باكيا لشيء إن كنت باكيا لشيء فابكي للحسين. Oh son of Shabib, if you want to cry over anything in this life, cry for Hussein. Why, Ibn Rasulullah? What is unique about Hussein? قال فإنه ذبح كما يذبح الكبش. He says because Hussein was slaughtered the way that a ram is slaughtered, the way that a sheep is slaughtered. What does Imam Al alayhi salam mean? What is he trying to say when he says فَإِنَّ الْحُسَيْنِ ذُبِحَ كَمَا يُذْبَحُ الْكَبْشِ? What is the similarity between the slaughtering of a sheep and the slaughtering of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein? They say that the first similarity is that a kabsh is slaughtered on a happy occasion. We slaughter sheep, goats, rams on our a'yad. We make slaughters on the day of Eid, festive occasions. When Allah gives us newborns, we slaughter animals. These are joyous occasions. It's as if Imam Al-Ridha alayhi salam is saying that when they killed Aba Abdullah, they were celebrating. It was a joyous occasion for Bani Umayyah. They were jubilating. The second similarity between the slaughtering of a kabsh and the slaughter of Imam Al Hussein, they say that there are certain animals in this world whose slaughter is socially accepted. There are other animals that are deemed to be precious. If someone slaughters a cat, the society would protest. Animal rights organizations would be outraged. There would be global outrage. If you slaughter a dog, if you slaughter an endangered species, you would be condemned. Someone would condemn you. Someone would try to stop you. But there are other animals whose slaughter is considered to be normative. No one protests to the slaughter of a sheep, to the slaughter of a ram, because the idea is that these things were created to be slaughtered. It's as if Imam Al-Ridha alayhi salam is saying on the day of Ashura, when Shimr was on the chest of Aba Abdullah, no one was protesting. No one was trying to stop him. And this is why Sayyida Zainab, she comes out of her tent, تقول ويحكم أما فيكم مسلم. She looks at Umar ibn Sa'ad and she says to him, Ya Umar, أيقتل أبو عبد الله وأنت تنظر إليه. No one protested the slaughter of Abu Abdullah. And the third similarity between the slaughtering of a kabsh and the slaughter of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein is that when a sheep is slaughtered, when a ram is slaughtered, everyone extends their hands over it. Everyone wants a piece of it. Have you seen the slaughter of a sheep on the day of Eid? One person wants the leg, another person wants the head. It's as if Imam Al-Rida alayhi salam is saying to us, they did not leave the body of Aba Abdullah. One of them, they came to the Imam and they stole his imamah. Another came and they stole his sword. Another came and tore his shirt and removed the shirt of Aba Abdullah. Another one came and they removed the torn trousers of Imam Al Hussein. رحم الله من نادى وإماما ومظلوما. One narration says that there was a man who came to Imam Al Hussein. This was after the Imam had been decapitated. The Imam on the day of Ashura, he was wearing a ring. And the Imam alayhi salam, he had wounds all over his body. Imam Al-Sadiq alayhi salam, he says, on the day of Ashura, do you want me to tell you about the wounds of Hussein? قال فجاءت الطعنة فوق الطعنة. On the body of Imam Al Hussein, there were wounds upon wounds. There was not an inch of his body that was woundless. فجاءت الطعنة فوق الطعنة والضربة فوق الضربة. The hands of Imam Al Hussein were swollen from the trauma. A man comes, sees the ring of Aba Abdullah. Look at what Hubb al-Dunya does to the hearts. He sees the ring of Hussein, he tries to remove the ring. He tries to pull the ring won't come off of the finger of Hussein. So what does he do? Does he leave the ring? Ya mu'mineen, he takes out a dagger and cuts off the finger of Hussein. For those of you who've been to Karbala, may Allah all grant us the ziyarat of Abi Abdullah Al Hussein. If you go to Karbala, when you walk into the haram of Imam Al Hussein, as you're walking towards the Darih, there is a corner where it looks like there's a small Darih. And there's usually a red light inside of that small Darih. This place is called Al-Madhbah Al-Muqaddas. This was the place where Imam Al Hussein alayhi salam was slaughtered. They say it was in that place that Shimr took out his dull dagger. It was in that place that Shimr grabbed the beard of Abu Abdullah and he severed the head of Sayyid Shabab Ahl al-Jannah. Now you might ask, but that's not where Imam Al Hussein is buried. If he was slaughtered there, why didn't they bury him right there? It's because after the beheading of Hussein on the 10th of Muharram, it was not enough for them to kill Imam Al Hussein. It was not enough for them to behead Imam Al Hussein. Umar ibn Sa'ad says to his army, I need 10 volunteers. I need 10 horsemen to trample the body of Abu Abdullah. 10 men from his army of illegitimate birth, they come forward, they mount their horses. And they choose the fastest horses. The horses that have the most pressure when they run. He turns to them and he says, Ya khayl Allahi irkabi wa bil jannati abshiri. He gives them the signal. Those 10 horsemen, they gallop towards the already mutilated body of Imam Al Hussein. They start to trample the body of Abu Abdullah. It's said in that moment, Zainul Abidin from the camp of Imam Al Hussein, he wakes up, he regains consciousness. What does he say? He says, Ya Amma Zainab, what is that sound that I am hearing? I hear glass breaking. She tells him that those are the ribs of Abu Abdullah. There's one thing I will never understand about the enemies of Ahlul Bayt. What is your obsession with the ribs of Al Muhammad? Wasn't it enough that you guys broke the ribs of Fatima? سعد الله قلبك يا صاحب الزمان. It's not Fatimiyya, but how can we not talk about Fatima? Umar ibn Sa'd, what does he say? It wasn't even enough to pulverize the body of Imam Al Hussein. The enmity towards Ali is too much for them. Now they turn their attention to the women and the children. قال عمر بن سعد أحرقوا بيوت الظالمين. He gives the command to his soldiers to go and now burn the tents of Hussein and his family. What is this obsession with burning the households of Al Muhammad? You know, the burning of those tents, it stayed in the memory of Ahlul Bayt for many decades. It's said that when Mansur al-Diwaniqi, when he set the house of Imam al-Sadiq on fire, this was many, many years after Karbala, many decades. Mansur ordered that the house of Ja'far al-Sadiq in Medina is to be set ablaze. The Imam alayhi salam was able to extinguish the fire. The Shia of Ja'far al-Sadiq, the lovers of Ja'far al-Sadiq, the students of Ja'far al-Sadiq, the next day they go to visit Imam, to check on his family, to offer their support to him. They come into the house and they see Ja'far al-Sadiq sitting in a corner. They say, Ya ibn Rasulullah, Alhamdulillah, you extinguished the fire. Your family was not harmed. Why are you so distressed, Ya Ja'far ibn Muhammad? Is it because this Mansur had the audacity to attack the family of Rasulullah? Imam al-Sadiq alayhi salam, he says, La ya, walakin lamma akhadhat an-nar fi ad-dahliz. He says, no, it's not because of that. I remembered something when they burned my house. لما أخذت النار في الدهليز نظرت إلى يا نسائي وبناتي يتراكضن في صحن الدار من حجرة إلى حجرة ومن مكان إلى مكان هذا وأنا معه. He says, when they set my home on fire, I saw the panic in the eyes of my women. I saw the panic and the terror in the eyes of my daughters. I saw them running frantically from room to room. Imam al-Sadiq, he says, but you know what the most heartbreaking thing is? Is that that's how they felt while I was with them. فتذكرت روعاعي لجدي الحسين. When they set the fire to the tents, Abu Abdullah was not there to extinguish those flames. Al Abbas was not there to extinguish any flames. Allahu Akbar. Zainab alayhi salam, you know, before Imam Al Hussein departed, he said to Zainab, Zainab, you are now in charge after me. You have to look after all of these orphans. You have to look after all of these widows. You are their mother now. They need you now. You're their spiritual guardian. When they ignited those tents, it is said that Sayyidah Zainab ran to Imam Zainul Abidin. He's the Imam of the time. She says, Ya ibn Rasulullah, they're setting our tents on fire. What should we do? Imam Zainul Abidin is laying down. He cannot move. He's ill. He says to her, Ya Amma Zainab, alaykunna bil firar. He says, all that I can tell you, oh my Aunt Zainab, is run. So everyone starts to run throughout the desert. Zainab is thinking to herself that Abu Abdullah told me to watch over you. One of the enemies of Allah, they come to the daughters of Imam Al Hussein. One of those cursed men, they came to one of those daughters. She was terrified. He saw that she was wearing earrings. He stood in front of her and he was crying. She says to him, why are you crying? He says, because you are the daughter of Hussein and I'm going to take your earrings from you. She says to him, if you know I'm the daughter of Hussein, if you know that I'm the daughter of Rasulullah, then why are you taking them? He says, because if I don't take them, someone else will. And he rips off the earrings of that daughter and the blood drips from her earlobes. Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, Sayyidah Zainab, she's gathering the orphans. She's looking after the widows. And she's doing this after what? After she just witnessed the decapitation of Abu Abdullah. So you know what we mean by the sabr of Zainab. She has not had food for days. She has not had water. Now she's gathering all of the women. She tells the widows, please, everyone stay together. I cannot chase you through the deserts. Everyone come together. They come and they stand under the ashes of one of the tents, a makeshift tent. She starts to take count. She starts to count one by one. Is everyone here? Is everyone present? They count and Zainab says, where is Sukaina? Sukaina is missing. Zainab alayhi salam, she says, everyone wait here, let me go and find Sukaina. She goes, where is Sukaina? Where would Sukaina be? She must be beside her father. They say that it was dark at that moment when Zainab was walking to the battlefield. They say that she was tripping over the bodies of Karbala. She comes and she sees Sukaina on the body of her father. She used to love to kiss the face of Abu Abdullah, but what head is there for you to kiss? She kisses what remained of his throat. Abba, ya Abba, did you drink water? Did you finally drink water? Sayyidah Zainab, she takes Sukaina back. Again, Sayyidah Zainab is counting. Is everyone present? Is everyone here? They say to her, Ya Zainab, O daughter of Ali, we could not stop her from leaving. Who left? Who left us? They said to her, Rabab was delirious. We could not stop Rabab. She wandered off. We told her, Rabab, stay here. She said, no, I have milk for Abdullah. She says, he was thirsty. I finally have milk for him. You know when someone is in shock? She couldn't believe that Abdullah has gone. No, he was thirsty. He was crying. I can hear his crying. Where is he? Let me give him milk. She sits beside Abdullah al-Radi', who's beside Abu Abdullah. Abdullah, why are you so quiet? Abdullah, did they give you milk? Why are you sleeping? Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, she goes, she brings al-Rabab. And now the journey begins. They have to now leave. They have to leave Karbala. You know, on that night, Sayyidah Zainab, even on that night, she did not forget Salatul Layl. Allahu Akbar. Who is this Zainab? Who is this pure woman of Al Muhammad? As they are leaving Karbala, of course, the heads are on the spears. All of the heads are on the spears. The trauma has to come with them. They say that Zainab alayhi salam, they gather all of the women and the children as captives. Can you imagine? The family of Rasulullah, they're taken as prisoners. Imam al-Sadiq was sitting with Abu Hamza al-Thumali. A cup of water is brought to him. This is decades after Karbala. decades after Karbala, they bring a cup of water. Abu Hamza al-Thumali, he says every time they bring Zainul Abidin water, the tears are mixing with his water. I say to him, Ya ibn Rasulullah, Ya ibn Rasulullah, ila mata al-buka? For how long are you going to cry? For how long are you going to grieve? It's been decades. The tragedy was a long time ago. And you're a family that is known for its sacrifice. Ya ibn Rasulillah, al-qatlu lakum aada wa karamatukum min Allah ash-shahada. Ya ibn Rasulillah, to be killed is something that is normal in your family. It's not unexpected. Every member of your family was martyred. And Allah has honored your family with shahada, with martyrdom. So why all of this distress? قال نعم شكر الله سعيك يا أبا حمزة. نعم القتل لنا عادة وكرامتنا من الله الشهادة، ولكن أسألك بالله يا أبا حمزة، هل سبي النساء إلنا عادة؟ Is it also common that our women are taken as prisoners? Is it normal that Zainab, the daughter of Amir al-Mu'mineen, is in chains? When Zainab alayhi salam, when she sees the head of her brother on that spear, you know, when you lose someone like Abu Abdullah, your mind tells you that he's gone, but your heart tells you that he's still here. She looks at, the poet says, when Zainab saw the head of Abu Abdullah on the spear, she started to talk to him. She started to complain to him. She doesn't have anyone to complain to. She looks at the head of Abu Abdullah. The poet says, وَلِزَيْنَبٍ نَوْحٌ لِفَقْدِ شَقِيقِهَا تدعوه يا ابن الزاكيات الركعي اليوم أصبغ في عزاك ملابسي سودا وأسكبها يا طلايات الأدمع اليوم شبوا نارهم في منزلي وتناهبوا ما فيه حتى يا برقعي اليوم قادوا لي بذل يا أخي. She then begins complaining about what Shimr has done to her. والصوت ألمني والصوت ألمني وأطفالي معي أنعم جوابا يا حسين أما ترى شمر الخنايا بالصوت ألم أضلعي فأجابها يا من فوق شاهقة القنايا قضي القضاء بما جرى فاسترجعي وتكفلي حال اليتامى وانظري ما كنت أصنع في حماه فاصنعي. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. السلام عليك يا مظلوم كربلاء. السلام عليك أيها السيد الشهيد، ورزقنا الله الثأر مع ولدك الإمام المهدي من عترته. يا حسين يا حسين
Karbala sands, I know it burns. Please stay seated, just for these last couple of minutes as we remember Sayyidah Ruqayya alayhi salam and her relationship with Imam Al Hussein. Karbala sands, I know it burns, just like the tears that sting your cheek. And I understand, I felt your thirst to ease your fears. You'll hear me speak. Oh, my daughter, look to the sky and see your father on a spear of blood held high to bring water. I know you'll try, even though the pain of their ropes has made you cry. The pain it brings me knowing that I can't help you. It makes me cry knowing what they will put you through. Will put you through with the weight of their chains and the cries of your pain. We all watch from above when they laugh when you fall. May Allah curse them all. Please be patient, my love. Please be patient, my love. Just like Zainab, just like Zainab. Promise me, daughter, you'll stay strong until we meet. جميعا يا رقية يا رقية يا رقية يا رقية يا رقية يا رقية. Where's your voices? Ya Ruqayya, Qayya, Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya. بدفاعني عالترب تولعني بضروب دمع عيني جرى ايوه دم المتين اختلط دم الاذن تلاقى عالثرى اي تلاقى عالثرى والرزية من حرق قال لي دينت ساعة مماتك يا رقية يا رقية يا رقية. And as the night breaks into dawn, and as the night breaks into dawn, your shoulders bruised from their abuse, his left and right Abbas is gone. We'd protect you, but it's no use. He pulled it off, blood from your ear. How can a princess be treated with so much hate? And as they laugh, your fate you near. Trust me, daughter, that my Shia will not forget. No joy to find my dinner, it's only sadness. Your eyes were filled with light, but now only darkness, only darkness. The slaps on your soft face, the slaps on your soft face, you can't escape the chase. It breaks my heart to see. And your heart was once of gold, now your pure heart's turned cold. Daughter, please don't blame me. Daughter, please don't blame me. And the worst part, is that they've hurt Zainab as much as they've hurt you. Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya. Where's your voices high? Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya. And as you marched, and as you marched, I watch afar. I feel I failed to keep you safe. Entering Sham from Karbala, my daughter jailed with no escape. The dust, your bed, they hear your screams. They bring a plate to you that isn't what it seems. Your father's head, your tears they stream. It's time to rest, my love, I'll join you in your dreams. I promise you, my daughter, they'll do no more harm. I promise you, my daughter, they'll do no more harm. Let me wipe your tears, my daughter. Let me wipe your tears, my dear. Come lay in my arms. Lay in my arms. On my face your tears dropped. As your little heart stopped, you'll see Fatima soon. You'll see Fatima soon. Tell her about Shimmer. Tell her about Shimmer. Tell her about Shimmer. You can complain to her. and your uncle the moon, and your uncle the moon. Come home, my dear, come home, my dear. We want you with us and we'll kiss away your pain. Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya, Ya Ruqayya. Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah وعلى الأرواح التي حلت بفنائك. عليكم مني جميعا سلام الله أبدا ما بقيت وبقي الليل والنهار، ولا جعله الله آخر العهد مني لزيارتكم. السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين، خصوصا سيدي ومولاي أبي الفضل العباس واخته زينب جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. إلهي بمريض كربلاء زين العابدين يا رب عافي وشافي جميع المرضى، على أخص من أوصانا بالدعاء يا الله. اللهم وفقنا لمراضيك، جنبنا معاصيك، اجعل عواقب أمورنا خيرا يا الله. اللهم ارزقنا في الدنيا زيارة الحسين وفي الآخرة شفاعة الحسين يا الله. اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج واجعلنا من أنصاره وعوانه ومن الذابين عنه من المستشهدين بين يدي يا الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وإلى أرواح أموات الحاضرين والسامعين والباذلين والمشاهدين نهدي لهم جميعا ثواب سورة المباركة الفاتحة مسبوقة بالصلاة على محمد وآل محمد. Just like Abbas Abal Fadhl, for you Hussein I'll give my hand. Millions and millions to his grave gather, visiting Hussein and his brother. Abbas, ya Abbas, oh flag bearer, we'll come walking to you in Karbala. Oh Wallah, I can't live without Hussein. How can I not see Bayn al-Haramain? My whole life just only has one aim, to be beside the one that was slain. Allahu Akbar, ya Karbala, ya Rabi' Ashik, Ziyarat Karbala. Allahumma arzuqna Karbala fi haqqi Sayyid al-Shuhada.
Where are the hands I once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our Karbala would once hold space? Where is the king of Hussein's daughters to wipe all our tears? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the eye that watched us firmly whenever we went? Where is the patient son of Ali as we all lament? Where is our courage and bravery as they burn our tent? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the flag that would once flutter high above our heads? Where is the sword that would once shatter the tyrants ahead? Where is the only love that matters as to change we led? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the night you would guard all night as the day now comes? When the sun brings again its daylight, what shall then become? As we're left here, horror and fright, no hope and no one. Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? घर से जाते भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. सर से जाते भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. बच गया दीन मगर, बच गया दीन मगर, कुछ ना बचा ज़ैनब का. सर से चादर भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए, लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए. बाजू रस्सी से बंधा, बाजू रस्सी से बंधा, کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا اس کے دی کے لیے جب اس نے ردا بھی دے دی اس کے دی کے لیے جب اس نے ردا بھی دے دی دیکھتا رہ گیا دیکھتا رہ گیا زینب کو خدا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا بچ گیا دین مگر بچ گیا دین مگر کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا پوچھا صغرا نے یہ سجاد سے تنہائی میں پوچھا صغرا نے یہ سجاد سے تنہائی میں شام تک بھائی سفر شام تک بھائی سفر کیسے کٹا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا بچ گیا دین مگر بچ گیا دین مگر کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله السلام عليك يا
and Hussain, Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala.
My journey from here starts between the moon and the stars. 'Tis that I cry on my cheeks, crying for your dome it seeks. My master, come see these tears, come and save me from my fears.
Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala.
I hear Zainab crying out, oh Zawara, I am alone. No Abbas and no Hussein, visitors, you ease my pain. March on towards Karbala, I'll also visit from Sham.
Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala.
As I walk
broke, this mother cries. In Karbala my son lies. Oh lovers, I am Zahra. I'll also come from afar. My tears will flow from Baqi to Furat, oh can't you see? Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. From Baqi another wails, severed his arms on that day. I raised my son for Ashura. He was the prayer of Zahra. My name is Al Baneen. My love no limit has seen. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. Tears of blood from above the rain, crying for Mola Hussain. Tears of blood from above the rain, crying for Mola Hussain. From upon the 12th one's cheek, to avenge Asghar he seeks. My Imam, for you we weep, our yearning for you runs deep. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. Love and tears are my fuel, marching with them towards you. But a drop in the million sea. Oh Hussein, acknowledge me. I've walked on Karbala's floor to throw myself at your door. I long for Bain al-Haramain. My heart is with Abbas and Hussein. Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala, Karbala, Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. Abbas, 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 we the Shia today gather, the son of Ali, we all remember, we all till dawn shall mourn together. We'll cry for the son of Haidar. Every night, every day, I'll say Abbas, 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 on your birth, Ali would the day you die, the day on which on the sands you'd lie, your hands cut off, an arrow in your eye. Hidayah would mourn your death, Abbas. Abbas, Abbas, many to reach the cold water in order to gain for Hussein's daughter and for his 6-month son cold as gham, and for your beloved Hussain master. But you did not drink the water, Abbas. Abbas, 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 Abbas. We the Shia shall never understand how it felt for you to fall on that land, on the scorching and red hot sands, without your two right and left hands. What a sacrifice you gave, Abbas. Abbas, 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 Abbas.
Allahumma ajjil li walika al-faraj. Allahumma ajjil li walika al-faraj. Ya Imam Zaman, Ya Imam Zaman. Mola, 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 tujhse hai ye dua. Mola, zahur kijiye, har dil ki hai sada. Armaan hai saath aapke, hum زمان یا صاحب زمان
منظر ہے کربلا کا نگاہوں میں آپ کی ہو آپ نوحہ خوان وہاں ہم ہو ماتمی ہے آپ کو حسین کی غربت کا واسطہ
ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا مولا ظہور کیجیے ہر دل کی ہے صدا ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا یا صاحب زمان یا صاحب زمان
فرش عزا پہ بیٹھ کے سننا ہے آپ سے کیسے حسین زین سے آئے زمین پہ موجود ہے مقام وہیں ابھی آپ کا
ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا مولا ظہور کیجیے ہر دل کی ہے صدا ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا یا صاحب زمان یا صاحب زمان
تھامے ہوئے حسین کے کرتے کو ہاتھ میں ہوتی ہے ہر مقام پہ زہرا بھی ساتھ میں دینا ہے پرسہ فاطمہ زہرا کو شاہ کا
ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا مولا ظہور کیجیے ہر دل کی ہے صدا ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا یا صاحب زمان یا صاحب زمان
اکبر سے نوجوان کھائی جہاں سنا کھایا تھا تیر اصغر بے شیر نے جہاں ہے آرزو کے دیکھ لے ہم جا کے وہ جگہ
ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا مولا ظہور کیجیے ہر دل کی ہے صدا ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا یا صاحب زمان یا صاحب زمان
جب دونوں ہاتھ کٹ چکے پانی کے واسطے کس طرح آئے خاک پر عباس زین سے غازی کا حال سوچ کے روتا ہے دل میرا
ارمان ہے ساتھ آپ کے ہم جائیں کربلا आपके हम जाएं करबला साहिब ज़मां या साहिब ज़मां
ऐ मौला अभी जाए आता नहीं है चैन याद आ रहा है हमको बहुत रोज़ा-ए-हुसैन ज़ीशान और करीम ये करते हैं इल्तिजा
अरमां है साथ आपके हम जाएं करबला मोला ज़हूर कीजिए हर दिल की है सदा अरमां है साथ आपके हम जाएं करबला साहिब ज़मां या साहिब ज़मां
As I lay in my thoughts and darkness is all I find, your land is the only dream that ever fills my mind. How can a heart heal when from home it just feels so far? Every inch of my soul yearns in hope for Karbala. Without you I'm lost in this world, I need to see you. My master, a love like yours I've never felt so true. And I know you hear me calling to you, Hussein, I'll come crawling. Please accept me, I'm longing to see your holy shrine. I long to be in Karbala, shed tears for you with a Zahra. Welcome me to your land so my heart can feel at home. Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. As the world becomes smaller and not what we once knew, the thought of your land is the strength that has pulled me through. The days have become weeks and now months and now years. But for your Hussein, all this time I've pledged all my tears. I remember your land and once more tears fill my eyes. How long until your golden dome I see through my skies? And
and I know the time will arrive. Without you I cannot survive. Please accept me, I'm longing to see your holy shrine. I long to be in Karbala, shed tears for you with the Zahra. Welcome me to your land so my heart can feel at home. Allahumma arzuqna Karbala. It's been too long since my eyes have filled with your embrace. Please don't say, my master, that I've fallen from your grace. My sins have made me a stranger when you once knew me. This world I'm a prisoner, only you set me free. For in my heart unwavering and eternal flame, ignited by your love and your anguish and your pain. And I know you won't forget me, and your land soon, Hussain, I'll see. Please accept me, I'm longing to see your holy shrine. I long to be in Karbala, shed tears for you with a Zahra. Welcome me to your land so my heart can feel at home. Allahumma arzuqna Ziyarat Al Hussain. I close my eyes and I'm near you. Your dust I can smell. I see where Zainab was standing and where Abbas fell. I see your Asghar in your hands, his blood thrown up high. I hear Akbar fall to the ground for his father cry. I see you alone calling for help and I answer. For us you gave your all and will do the same, Master. And I know as the time will pass, my love for you, time it outlasts. Please accept me, I'm longing to see your holy shrine. I long to be in Karbala, shed tears for you with a Zahra. Welcome me to your land so my heart can feel at home. Assalamu alayka ya Abdullah. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, Hussein, of our sons' pain. Bring back to us what they have taken away. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Our son was saved. Now our tears rain. Now we have nothing but sorrow in our days. And now I cry. Our son has died. I am Layla, oh my husband. Where is my rose, my flower? Where is the love? روحي وقلبي لديك صلى الله عليك يا أبا عبد الله يا أبا عبد الله روحي وقلبي لديك صلى الله عليك يا أبا عبد الله يا أبا عبد الله.
The 10th of Muharram comes to a close. A dark red cloud covers Karbala. There is no more noise of swords clinging. There is no noise of screaming and shouting. There is a silence in the air. And slowly, slowly, the sounds of weeping emerge. For Hussain has been killed. The clouds open. It rains blood. And a voice comes from the heavens. قتل الحسين أدشان. Hussain has been killed, thirsty, hungry, on the plains and sands of Karbala. But does the tragedy end here, brothers and sisters? Was it enough that they killed the grandson of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi? Or did they have to go and attack the women also? Brothers and sisters, welcome to Imam Hussein, a special live show dedicated to Sham-e Ghariban, dedicated to Sayyidah Zainab Salamullah alayha and the survivors of Karbala. And I welcome our guest host, Saif Ali Khan. Adhamullah ajurana wa ajurakum.
Adhamullah ajurana wa ajurakum. When thinking of the night of Sham-e Ghariba, there's one particular person that keeps coming to the mind, especially after the majalis we've listened to in this month of Muharram. And as we look over behind us, you can see the place in which the battle took place. A young girl standing like a soldier amongst the tents, consoling the other children, saying, "Don't worry, my Abbas will come back. Every time I ask for him, he returns to me." And saying that even if Abbas is not to come, don't worry, my father Hussein wouldn't leave me alone. I heard in one of the majlis that as she is at the camp,
Allah.
the enemies come towards the tents of the Banu Hashim on a night just like this. When they come to the camp, she doesn't fear straight away. Firstly, she stands there as if to say, you do not know who I am, don't touch me. Don't you know my uncle is Abbas? But I say to the young girl that your uncle lays by the river of Furat. Another masiba I hear about this young girl is that she goes out onto the battlefield in search of her father Abu Abdullah. I can imagine she would have turned to her auntie Zainab and say, oh my auntie Zainab, I saw you running from one tent to another tent. So I didn't know where to go, so I went to look for my father Abu Abdullah. But I couldn't recognize who he was, for how am I to recognize the bodies when they have lost their heads?
It is said that when Abu Abdullah Hussain went to his tent, all of the family members have been killed. All of the men have been killed. It is just Hussein ibn Ali. He goes into his tent and he pulls out a white shirt. People start to talk. What is this white shirt? Where is it from? Who made this shirt? So the women go to Sayyida Zainab and say, oh sister, your brother is preparing for war. He's getting ready. And he has this white shirt. And she says, which white shirt? Does it look like this? Is it stitched like that? And they said, yes, do you know of this shirt? And Sayyida Zainab starts to wail and says, this was the shirt my mother had sewed. And this is not a shirt, for it is a coffin for Hussein. The women began to weep and cry and lament. They say that Abu Abdullah Hussein came out of his tent. How valiant, how handsome, how strong was Abu Abdullah Hussein. But the women said, please stop there, wait there. For after you have gone, no one will let us lament and cry and weep. So they said the women began to cry and weep and beat their chests and lament, for they knew what was to come. And as Abu Abdullah Hussein mounts his horse, as he prepares to go to battle, the horse does not move. He encourages the horse to go forward, but the horse won't move. He gets off the horse thinking, what is wrong? He sees a young 4-year-old girl holding the legs of the horse. Don't go, Baba. Don't go. Whoever has left for fighting hasn't returned. How can I continue without you, O Father? How can I continue with you gone? Ali Al-Akbar didn't come back. Abbas didn't come back. My little brother Ali Al-Asghar is missing. Oh Baba, please don't go.
And in mentioning Ali Al-Asghar, you look amongst the battlefield, you see grown men, you even see some young boys like Qasim ibn al-Hasan and Muhammad. And by the body of Abu Abdullah, even the son of Imam Al Hussein Abdullah, who went out to protect him, he was still 11 years old. But a young baby, when Abu Abdullah, he goes out, and in another one of the Masiba, It is said that when Ali al-Asghar, Abdullah al-Radhi, when he was held up to the skies, one side of the camp of the enemy said, just give him water, he's just a young boy. Another group of the people said, kill him, he is from the lineage of Amir al-Mu'mineen. And to stop this Karbala, he takes an arrow and he strikes the baby. But this is the part that hurts me the most, and sorry for the graphic description, because in one of the narrations it says that when the arrow pierced the baby, it went from one it went from one ear to another ear. Another description says it went from one side of the throat to another side of the throat. But I say that both of these were possible because Karbala, he used a three-pronged arrow that was used for horses that are so large. And how small is a 6-month-old baby? And imagine when Abu Abdullah is returning back towards the camp. Behind us you can see where the camp of the Banu Hashim were. Imagine when Abu Abdullah is returning back towards the camp. The young girl, the women of the Banu Hashim, they went, when Abu Abdullah left, the baby was crying and now he has stopped. They're thinking maybe he was able to quench the thirst of this baby, but as he comes closer and lifts his clothing, they see the baby covered in his own blood.
Abu Abdullah Al Hussein goes back and forth. Should I bury the baby and tell the mother, or should I show the mother what they have done to our son? As Abu Abdullah Al Hussein goes to the battlefield and he fights valiantly, narrators say, from the enemies say that we have not seen such a warrior who has lost everything, and yet he fights ferociously like a beast let out into the wild. We could not contain him, we could not fight him, we kept retreating. And as we retreated, he would say, where are you going? Where are you running to? Do you think this is over? Where shall you hide? You killed my Abbas. You killed my Ali al-Akbar. You killed my Ali Asghar. Come and face me. Narrated by the poet Mir Anis from Lucknow in India, who says that the jinn managed to come and make it to Karbala. And peace be upon that jinn known as Zafar or Jafar, who says that I came to Hussein when he was on his knees, deserted. I counted 250 wounds. And there were so many arrows in his body that if he fell forward, he wouldn't have touched the ground. And if he fell backwards, his body would not have touched the ground. Zafar says, I asked Hussein, who did this to you? Tell me. I will lift the ground and slam it onto your enemies. Tell me who did this. Hussein says, oh Jafar, you can see the enemy, but they can't see you. So I do not give you permission to fight. But I ask of you to go stand far where you cannot hear my voice, for I am to say something. And it is wajib on every creation to respond if I utter these words. So go with your community and stand over there. What were the words that Hussein was to utter? Alone, deserted on his knees in Karbala. Is there anyone there to aid me? Is there anyone there to support me? And thus, the angel Jibreel came to Hussein and said, Allah is pleased with you, but you now have to return to your Lord. Drop your sword and fulfill the destiny.
When we speak about the body of Abu Abdullah Al Hussein in Karbala, there is one part of the maqtal that breaks the heart, and is when Abu Abdullah is laying on the battlefield in, again, the position just behind us, when he is laying in Karbala. Imam al-Sadiq says that 30,000 of the enemies descended onto Abu Abdullah Al Hussein. Imam al-Sadiq says that every stab wound was on another stab wound, and every strike was upon another strike. Zainab alayha salam, she couldn't see what was happening to Abu Abdullah. I want you to imagine that when he left the camp, he tried to remain strong for his sister Zainab, to go out like a warrior and to give her strength. So the last she sees of Abu Abdullah is a man who is standing strong. But then when the enemies descend onto Abu Abdullah, she's unable to see anything. The dust is flying and 30,000 people around the body of Hussein. She goes on to Till Zainabiyah, which was a hill, to look over onto the sands of Karbala. When she sees Abu Abdullah, she puts her hands on her heads in disbelief. She says, Ama fikum Muslim, is there not a Muslim amongst you? And if you are not Muslim, then at least be an Arab and go back to your tribes. Then she turned towards Medina. She says, Ya Jadda, Ya Rasulallah. And in what state does she see Abu Abdullah? There are so many arrows in the body of Abu Abdullah Al Hussein, and one by one the enemy is taking their turns at attacking him. I will not recite the full masiba, but one man, he goes towards Abu Abdullah. He doesn't know whether to use a spear, a sword, an axe. So he picks up a stone and throws it at the blessed forehead of Imam Al Hussein, and the blood begins gushing. This is the same way that Suqayna saw the body of Abu Abdullah when she goes out onto the battlefield. It is said in a poem that when Suqayna alayha salam, when she goes out, she says, Oh my father, I wanted a moment of peace, so I wanted to come and sleep on your chest, but oh my father, where is your back and where is your chest? For you were trampled on by the horses of Banu Umayyah.
In Hussein's final moments, he lays there on his back. These are his last breaths. He has hundreds of wounds, hundreds of arrows. And the enemy is deciding who is to kill him. But whoever went forward could not. They said there was nur on his glorious face. How could I kill someone like this? They said with all his injuries and all his blood, he still looks so spiritual and enlightening. How? Until one mal'oon said, I will do it. They said he went to Hussain and he kicked him, turned him onto his stomach. But when Hussain was on his stomach, he talks and he speaks. What does he say? He says, "O land of Karbala, sink, go down, lower me into your earth. For my sister is watching, she can see me. Go down and hide me from her vision." And others say that Sayyidah Zainab Salamu Alayha, as she is watching, commands the earth, "I am the daughter of Ali, the granddaughter of Rasulullah. I can't see my brother. I am worried. I am concerned. Rise, show me my brother." And the poet says, "He ran and I ran, and he fell and I fell, and all hope was lost."
When we think of the night of Sham-e Ghariban, we remember the women and children and the enemies that looted the tents of Abu Abdullah, and it is so difficult upon the heart. But these women, it's not the first of the tragedies, because they witnessed the death of the companions one by one. They heard the call of Abu Abdullah Al Hussein. They saw as Ali al-Akbar went out onto the battlefield as a young man, and part of him returned in the clothing of Abu Abdullah. They saw that Qasim ibn al-Hassan, who had just become a man, goes out onto the battlefield, and Abu Abdullah is so broken when bringing him back that the legs of Qasim were dragging on the ground. They saw Abal Fadhl Al Abbas and Ali al-Asghar. But now the people approaching the tents are not Abu Abdullah returning with the Banu Hashim. It is the enemies storming the tents of the women, and there is no protector there for them. Where do they go in this state of fear and in this state of grief? Where do they run to? They are in the sands, the open desert of Karbala. They want to run to their tents to protect themselves, but even the tents are on fire. They go to Imam Al-Sajjad, who is so unwell. Where can the women of Abu Abdullah Al Hussein go to on this night? This is why they are called Gharib on this night. And we are so lucky to be amongst those that shed tears for Abu Abdullah, because it is said that on the day of Ashura, 40,000 angels came to Imam Al Hussein asking to help fight with him, but they were refused permission, so they went back to seek permission again. But by the time they had returned, the battle of Karbala had come to an end, and it is said that those 40,000 angels remained disheveled and covered in dust, mourning Abu Abdullah. So if you are crying tears for Abu Abdullah Al Hussein, know that you are amongst the angels that cry for Abu Abdullah. Your status is elevated. You are the dua of Fatimatul-Zahra when you are shedding tears on this night.
With Abu Abdullah Hussein murdered, martyred, the enemy looks towards the tents. How gruesome and how disgusting it is to attack someone who is defenseless, but to attack women is another level. They came with fire. Where did they learn to attack women with fire? Who taught them that it is okay to use fire to attack the holy house? Have we seen this in history before? For in Medina, there is a lady grieving her father, and there is her husband grieving and writing a Quran when the enemies bring sticks and fire. Brothers and sisters, if it was not for Fatimiyya, then these tents were burnt because of Fatimiyya. With the fire burning, women, children screaming, running from tent to tent. Where do we go? Who will save us? Who is there to protect us? Sayyida Zainab Salamullah alayha runs to her nephew. Oh Imam, Imam Sajjad, oh, you are the Imam of the time. You are the Imam of the time. Indicating, letting him know, your father isn't here anymore. You are now the Hujjah. What should we do? Where should we run? And Imam Sajjad instructs her auntie, his auntie, and the others to run into the battlefield. For it is wajib for one to protect and save their life. So as they ran to the battlefield, what were they met with? Were they met with hospitality? Were they met with aid and people to help? No. Soldiers on horses, charging with spears to take whatever they could. And we have from the narrations that even some of their garments, their cloaks that they used to cover themselves, the most outer cloak, was snatched from their heads.
And this is the beginning of the journey for the women and children. This is the time, they don't have time to grieve. They don't. Because after tonight, the women were taken as prisoners towards Kufa, towards Sham. And when Imam Sajjad is asked, what was the most difficult part of this journey? He says, Asham, Asham, Asham. And I say, look at the body of Abu Abdullah. Look at the water skin that was spilled on the grounds of Karbala. Look at the shield of Imam Al Hussein on the sands, the bodies of Ali Al Akbar and Qasim. If Sham was more difficult than Karbala, then tell me, oh Imam Al Sajjad, how badly were the women beaten? Allah. And our brother mentioned Sayyida Fatimatul-Zahra. I can imagine that one Sayyida Zainab in Medina is looking at the enemy saying, don't hit my mother. If you need to hit someone, then hit me. But as she is in the prisons of Sham, she says, don't hit the young girl, hit me instead. This is just the beginning of the journey. this is just the beginning of the journey, because the children, who takes children in chains? The children were taken in chains and paraded. What does it mean to be paraded? Not just taken. They were taken through the markets and humiliated. These are the women of Rasulullah. This is the sanctity of the Holy Prophet of Allah. You've claimed to follow his religion, and here are the women of Rasulullah. It is said that once when Yazid was in his court, he was feeling proud about what had happened in Karbala. He invites a priest over. He invites a priest over to his palace to show him what he has done. The priest comes and says to him, "Oh Yazid, we have the shoe from one of the donkeys that was ridden by Nabi Isa, and we frame it on the walls. And here you have the head of the grandson of Abba Abdullah, and you hit it with a rod."
Allah.
And the prisons of Sham, the parading. How much does a young girl witness? When she dies, she doesn't die from the wounds. Rather, her heart is so small, but the grief is so big that she is unable to bear it any longer. She cannot bear the separation from her father any longer, and in the prisons of Sham, she returns back to her father Abba Abdullah, but from the beginning to the end, the women Kulthum, Rubab, Zainab alayha salam, they witness every little bit that takes place until they return back to Medina, where they look at Rasulullah's grave and they say, "Ya Jaddah, do you know what they did to your grandson Abba Abdullah?" This is the same Hussein that Rasulullah would say that Hassan and Hussein are my sons. This is the same Hussein that would sit in the lap of Rasulullah, and now the women of Abba Abdullah complain to Rasulullah in Medina.
In Medina, there is a lady who asks of news of Hussein. There is a lady who has 4 sons, all in Karbala. And there is a messenger that arrives in Medina with news of Karbala. And she asks him, "How is Hussein? My son Hussein, my master Hussein, how is he?" The messenger says, "What is your name?" And she says, "My name is Al Baneen." And he says, "Condolences to you for the death of your 3 sons." And she says, "I didn't ask you about my sons, I asked for Hussein." He says, "Condolences to you for the death of your son Abbas." They say her knees became weak and she fell to the ground. Still, she looked at the messenger and said, tell me of Hussein. How is my master Hussein?" And the messenger says, "Condolences, for Hussein is no more." She begins to weep, she begins to cry. And as soon as Sayyidah Zainab Salaamullah alayha has returned to Medina, she does not want to be disturbed. She does not want to see anyone. For she has 2 beds that are empty that used to belong to Awlan Muhammad. And as she stares at the beds and cries and weeps for her sons, she hears a knock on the door. Her husband answers. It is Al Baneen. And the husband says, "Greetings to you, Al Baneen." But Sayyidah Zainab doesn't want to see anyone right now. She's grieving. And then a voice comes from behind. This is Al-Baneen. She has a part in this grieving. Let her in. Let me see my mother. And as they see one another, Al-Baneen says condolences for the loss of Hussain. And Sayyidah Zainab says condolences to you for the loss of Abbas. They embrace each other. They cried, they weep, and narrations say they both collapsed from the intense grieving and crying. Medina is a lonely place without the grandchildren of Rasulullah.
If we take ourselves back to Karbala, as we sit here in the lands which were covered in the blood of the Ahlul Bayt, there are so many musibah, so many musibah. In fact, in Ziyarat Ashura it says the greatest musibah in Islam was the musibah of Abal Fadhl Al Hussein. When the son of Hur ibn Yazid al-Riyahi dies, he sees the grief that Hur is facing. Imam Al Hussein comforts him. He says that no man should have to lift the dead body of their own son, and he helps Hur. He takes the young man back and he buries him with the other martyrs in Karbala. He lays him there with the other martyrs in Karbala. But when the time for Abal Fadhl Al Hussein comes, one after the other, there is no one there to console him. There is no one there to comfort him, to the point that when he sits by the body of Abal Fadhl Al Abbas, every time he went out onto the battlefield, Abal Fadhl Al Abbas, this warrior, this son of Amir al-Mu'mineen is beside him. When Abal Fadhl is in grief, he would look over to Abbas. When it came to the bodies of Ali al-Akbar, old Muhammad, Qasim and the other Banu Hashim, he would look over to Abbas as a form of support to Abal Fadhl Al Hussein. But when the body of Abal Fadhl Al Abbas, when it lays on the sands of Karbala, he says, Adrakni ya akhi, help me, oh my brother. He calls out to Imam Al Hussein. The way Imam Al Hussein runs out onto the battlefield, nothing would have been able to stop him at that moment. When in his life did he hear Abal Fadhl Al Abbas calling for help? He goes towards the body of his brother Abbas. He sees the water skin is pierced. He sees the right arm. He sees the left arm of Abbas. And then when he approaches the body of Abal Fadhl, he sees an arrow in his chest, an arrow in his eye. He sees the blood gushing from the head of Abbas. I ask you, Abal Fadhl, does it remind you of your father, Amir al-Mu'mineen? He sees the blood gushing from the head of Abbas. What words does he utter? Abal Fadhl says, Ala ala kasara dhahri. Now my back is broken. Oh Abbas, how difficult was it for you to hear these words? The narration states that he places the head of Abal Fadhl on his lap, but Abbas removes his head. Again, he places his head on his lap. Abbas removes it again 3 times. Imam Al Hussein looks at him. He says, oh my brother, why do you keep removing your head? Abal Fadhl Al Abbas says that now you are here to comfort me, oh my brother Hussein, but who will be with you when you are on the sands of Karbala? Then Aba Abdullah, he has to return back to the camp. He says to him, oh my brother, what would you like me to do? Abal Fadhl Al Abbas requests, he says, please leave me where I am. I cannot return back to the camp without water. As Aba Abdullah Al Hussein returns back to the camp, maybe the women and children, they saw the flag coming back. Maybe they took their water skins and opened it. Abbas is returning. But as Imam Al Hussein returns alone, the young girl is confused. She says, oh my father, where is my uncle Abbas? Imam Al Hussein, he doesn't know what to say to her. He goes over to the tent of Abbas. He removes the pole from the tent until it comes crashing onto the ground. Zainab, she cries, Wa akha, Wa Abbas. In this moment, the children knew that Abbas was not come back. But there is one part of this musibah, that really breaks the heart. It is said that the last sense to leave the body is the ability to hear. What is the last thing that you heard, O Abal Fadhl Al Abbas? Was it the cries of the children crying, Al-Atash? Al-Atash? Was it the scream of Zainab when she says, Ya Jadda? Was it when the horses trampled on the body of Aba Abdullah? How much did you hear, O Abal Fadhl? Did you hear the scream that echoed around Karbala when they ripped the earring from the ear of that young girl?
Sayyida Ruqayya, Sayyida Sakina runs around the battlefield of Karbala. Her dress is burnt, her ears are bleeding, and she sees a man. And she says, oh man, are you an enemy or a friend? And he says, I am neither, but I want to help you. What, can I get you some water? Can I do something for you? And she says, if you want to help me, please point me in the direction of Najaf. Where is Najaf? For I have a grandfather by the name of Ali ibn Abu Talib. I want to go to him. I want to complain. I want to tell him what they have done to my father Hussein, what they are doing to my camp and to my auntie. It is said that once the tents were finally burnt to the ground, and once all the captives were collected, they brought water. And they started to give water to all. Sayyida Zainab grabs a bowl, fills it with water, and she gives it to Sakina. Here you go, Ruqayya. She says, oh, auntie, why are you giving me water? She says, Ruqayya, in our tradition, we always give the youngest first. You are the youngest. Go ahead, drink. Oh, auntie, they've finally given us water. But I'm not the youngest. There's one younger than me. Where is my brother? Let me go and give him a drink. He must be thirsty. Let me run to Ali al-Asghar. Let me give him water.
How do the women and children bear the darkness of this night? The only light on this night is the burning of the tents that continues blazing and burning the chadors of the women of Aba Abdullah. When the enemies came approaching them, you would think that maybe they would come with some empathy, some sympathy for these children. It was not in the custom of men to attack women and children. If you have something against the men, then it's okay, fight with them, but leave the women and children alone. But when they came to storm the tents of the ladies, they didn't just go to herd them like sheep. Rather, they snatched their ankle bracelets, the earrings, the chador from their bags. They heard the women screaming, but still they would not stop. Did you not think about your own mothers and your own daughters at this moment? Did you not think about your own sisters when they went chasing around the women? There is one narration that states that there was this young girl, one of the other daughters of Imam Al Hussein. She leaves the khayma because the heat was so much. The fire was burning. She went running round towards the back of the khayma, hoping the enemies hadn't reached this part of the camp just yet. But as she goes there, she sees a group of men. She goes to run in the other direction to get away from them. But as she is running, one of the enemies, they chase this young girl. He uses his spear and smacks her onto the back of the head. She goes falling to the ground, calling, "Oh Hussein, oh Hussein, oh Hussein." And these cries, the name of Aba Abdullah, uttered by Sayyidah Zainab, were heard for 1,400 years until today. We cry the name of Hussein. But how long was Zainab saying the name of Aba Abdullah? It is said that he was struck at the time of Zuhr, but he wasn't beheaded until the time of Asr, maybe 3 hours past that Zainab is pleading for help, crying, "Wa akha, wa Hussein." And the whole time the women and children unable to see, looking up at Zainab, seeing her hands on her head in disbelief. This is the same Zainab that saw her mother behind the door. Maybe she had witnessed grief already, but the grief was so much that she was in disbelief at this moment. Maybe she was in disbelief that when she says, "Oh Umar ibn Sa'ad, you are looking over as they attack Hussein," he turns his head away from Zainab, and the enemies continue looting the body of Aba Abdullah.
I would like to invite Brother Wasif Naqvi, who inshallah will be reciting a eulogy in honor of Ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
We would just like to recite 3 or 4 verses about the shahadat of Bibi Sakina and the events of Sham. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
ہے چچا عباس میری روداد سنو اے چچا عباس میری روداد سنو کہ ہوئی یتیماں پہ ظلموں کی انتہا غازی ہوئی یتیماں پہ ظلموں کی انتہا غازی کہ تیری سکینہ پہ کیا وقت آ گیا غازی ہوئی یتیماں پہ ظلموں کی انتہا غازی صلح کے سینے پہ دل کا سکون پاتا تھا قرار جس کو سکینہ کے دم سے آتا تھا ارے گلا کٹا کے وہ مقتل میں سو گیا غازی گلا کٹا کے وہ مقتل میں سو گیا غازی لبوں کو چیر کے کانوں سے در اتارے گئے وہ جتنا روتی تھی اتنے تماچے مارے گئے کہ ملی سکینہ کو کس جرم کی سزا غازی دیکھا کس کو سکینہ نشان تماچوں کے دکھائے نیل وہ اب کس کو اپنے گالوں کے کہ بتائے کس کو وہ امت کی یہ جفا غازی وہ دیکھو شام غریباں میں جل گیا کرتا وہ دیکھو شام غریباں میں جل گیا کرتا ملا ہے کیسے یتیماں کو باپ کا پرسا وہ دیکھو نیزے پہ چھوٹی سی ایک ردا غازی وہ دیکھو نیزے پہ چھوٹی سی ایک ردا غازی ये मदीने जाने के जो ख्वाब देखा करती थी, जो कैद खाने की तन्हाइयों से डरती थी, वो कैद खाना ही घर उसका हो गया गाजी। तेरी सकीना पे क्या वक्त आ गया गाजी, हुई यतीमा पे जुल्मों की इंतहा गाजी। मोहम्मद वाले मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
When we think of this yatim, Sakina, how much she witnessed in Karbala, but even after, when the enemies looted the tents and took the women in chains, she saw Abal Fadhl Al Abbas and Abu Abdullah Al Hussain. She saw their heads upon spears. I can imagine her calling out to her father, saying, "Oh my father, I'm calling out to you, but you do not respond to me." And then turning towards the spear that is holding the head of Abbas, saying, "Oh my uncle, they ripped my earring. I kept calling you. Where were you, my uncle Abbas?" But oh young girl, if these heads were hard to look at, there is one masibah on the night of Sham Ghariban which really breaks the heart. As they were placing the heads upon spears, one of the enemies says that there is a head from the children of Banu Hashim missing. The enemies, they went round the back of the tents of the Banu Hashim looking for the 6-month-old baby. They kept digging the sword into the ground until they struck the young boy. They unburied him, the only one to be buried twice. They unburied him, but his head was so small it wouldn't fit on the spear. Rather, they placed the baby's head on an arrow. I ask you, O Sakina, how difficult was it to see the face, the head of Ali al-Asghar?
Many would see the day of Ashura as the end towards Muharram and the grieving of Hussain. But this was the end of the beginning. For the calamities of Ali Muhammad did not finish on the day of Ashura with the beheading of Abu Abdullah Hussain. No. Imam Sajjad was asked, "You are men of Bani Hashim. Martyrdom is in your blood." And he responded by saying, "Yes, we are men of Bani Hashim, and we will give our lives for Islam." And martyrdom is very common to us. But what is not common is our women being slapped. What is not common is our children being chased. And what is not common is us being paraded, ridiculed, humiliated, and our dignity taken away from us. Ashura is not the end, but the end of the beginning. For the tragedy continues and continues. Brother Wasif, do you have anything else that you could recite for us? Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
بولا دلی ہاں میں بابے دی بولا دلی ہاں میں بابے دی سن بین دیے فریاد ہے درداں دا درمان ہو سر بابے دا ملوا دے ایک واری سر میں کنبا بیدا سجاد بھرا ملوائے میرا وعدائے ولناروں ساں او میں کو پیو مظلوم دیکھ واری میں کو پیو مظلوم دیکھ واری رخسار ذرا چموائے میرا وعدائے ولناروں ساں میں کو خاک تینی در نہیں آندی جدو سمدھی ہاں کن دکھ ویندے ہائے میں کو خاک تینی در نہیں آندی جدو سمدھی ہاں کن دکھ ویندے میں کو شمر تماچے مارے گے میں کو شمر تماچے مارے گے میں نے رخسار گوائے میرا وعدائے ولناروں ساں ایک واری سر دے نہیں سر دے وال سفید ہوندے ہائے چون سالاں دی معصوماں دے نہیں سر دے وال سفید ہوندے میں وانگ ضعیفہ ہو گیا میں وانگ ضعیفہ ہو گیا گے دکھ بابے دا کھائے میرا وعدائے ولناروں ساں ہوندا تاں احساس یتیمی دا ہوندا تاں احساس یتیمی دا जे ओ दीवी कोई धी होंदी हाय होंदा ता एहसास यतीमी दा जे ओ दीवी कोई धी होंदी मेरे सामने जालिम सर चाया मेरे सामने जालिम सर चाया हाय जुल्फां विच हथ पाए हाय जुल्फां विच हथ पाए मेरा वादा ए वलनारों सा एक वारी से मैं कुंबाबेदा सजाद बिरा मिलवाए मेरा वादा ए वलनारों सा मैं कुप्यू मजलूम देख वारी रुखसार जरा चुमवाए मेरा वादा ए वलनारों सा एक वारी से मैं कुंबाबेदा सजाद बिरा मिलवाए मेरा वादा ए वलनारों सा मोहम्मद वाले मोहम्मद
It was Abal Al Hussein, before leaving for the battlefield, went to his son, Imam Sajjad, for the very last time, to bid farewell and to pass over the trust of Imamah. I ask, O Sajjad, you were not there to defend your father, for you were ill. You were preserved for Imamah. But how does one consume the news that there is no Abbas? My brother Ali Al-Akbar has a spear in his chest. My young Ali Al-Asghar is no more. How does one look at his father and say, don't go, I shall go instead? But the father refuses, saying, your battle is next, my son. Stay strong and steadfast. It is said that after Imam Sajjad returned from Karbala, he couldn't walk properly. In fact, he lived a life of seclusion, away from everyone. Sayyidah Zainab salam alayha would come to him in a tent outside of Medina where he used to reside and give food. And they said he cried and he cried and he cried till there was no tears left. And then he began to cry blood for his father Hussein. Hussein, your struggle is now over, and we send salam to Abul Al Hussein. But O Sajjad, O Zainab, may Allah protect you, for your trial is about to begin. As-salamu ala al-Hussein wa ala Ali ibn al-Hussein wa ala awlad al-Hussein wa ala ashab al-Hussein. And salam to Imam Sajjad, Imam Muhammad Baqir, and a special salam to the lioness, Sayyidah Zainab salamullah alayha. I'd like to thank my guests, Mr. Naqvi, Mr. Khan, and to all of the viewers that were joining us during these nights in Muharram. Inshallah, Imam Hussein TV will continue to give you footage of Karbala and content in regards to the Muharram and Safar period. And inshallah, by the dome of Abul Al Hussein, I pray that you can all make it here this Arba'in, inshallah. Adhamullah ajurana wa ajurakum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
روحي وقلبي لديك صلى الله عليك يا أبا عبد الله يا أبا عبد الله روحي وقلبي لديك صلى الله عليك يا أبا عبد الله يا أبا عبد الله.
وإذ انبرى سهم لقلبك صده قلبي فثلث مهجتي ظلامها قم للنساء وللصغار تصونها بإباك يحفظ يا حسين ذمامها يا نازلين بكربلاء هل عندكم خبر بقتلانا وما أعلامها.
How can I describe your beauty? Though I'm praised by the Almighty, the one who overcame cruelty, is its family to her duty. From the ashes rose a leader, taking the role of a healer, standing family as a preacher. Her enemies became weaker. The greatest of all defeaters, for the hopeless she's a beacon. To not love her is a treason. Her love and strength only strengthen. She stood bravely like a lion, she hit stronger than an iron. Lady Zainab, you're defiant, and the earth shakes when you're crying. And all the men in this dunya wouldn't be half the man she was. I'm out of words just to praise you. Oh my lady, can you see us? Ya Zainab, 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 Ya Zainab. A flower sent down from heaven, a fragrance ain't gift from heaven. The brightest of flowers chosen to fulfill their greatest mission. She is diamond to the moonless, who shine bright, blinding the ruthless. When she lost him into darkness, she lit the flame towards greatness. She's a healing to my grievance, she's the strength when my faith weakens. When the hopeless have lost all hope, her beauty is what makes them come. She stood bravely like a lion, she hit stronger than an iron. Lady Zainab, you're defiant, and the earth shakes when you're crying. And all the men in this dunya wouldn't be half the man she was. I'm out of words just to praise you. Oh my lady, can you see us? Ya Zainab, 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 Ya Zainab.
What is this blood I hold as my angel wings fold? My son Akbar is dying as I hold him in my hand. Those small hands I once held when my son he was small, now drip with blood and it's flowing upon Karbala's sand. My son has departed for battle. He left and took with him my soul. Each step he took raptured by being. Must I witness my beloved fall? How can I see my son? He marches on and on. Reminds me of my father, the way he carries his sword. Where has my beloved gone? This hour becomes long. I hear him crying out my name and the name of his Lord. Why does the desert now smell of his blood? As the enemy cheer the loss of my son. Where is the scent of my skin and my beloved? Still thirsty beneath the desert sun. What is this blood I hold as my angel wings fold? My son Akbar is dying as I hold him in my hand. Those small hands I once held when my son he was small, now drip with blood and it's flowing upon Karbala's sand. I'll embrace whatever is written, even if my son meets his end. Just know the sorrow of the father, with it the heaven must contend. I see his horse come back with my son on his back, his back ridden with wounds and his body now left prostrate. The spear lodged in his chest leaves my soul in unrest. Witness, oh Father Ali, who once raised Khaybar's gate. What is this blood I hold as my angel wings fold? My son Akbar is dying as I hold him in my hand. Those small hands I once held when my son he was small, now drip with blood and it's flowing upon Karbala's sand. Why does the desert now smell of his blood? As the enemy cheer the loss of my son. Where is the scent of my skin and my beloved? Still thirsty beneath the desert sun.
Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. I pray from afar to reach Karbala. My Hussein, how I wish to walk into your holy shrine, to stand by your gate, to give my labbaik. The pain of separation, it only gets worse with time. Tell me, my master, this year will I breathe the air of your land that has made me be Hussein, made me be Hussein. My all is worthless, you call is priceless, my goal. Karbala, my only wish. We'll flock to your land, I'll walk on your sand. Take me by my hand, I'll never quit. In words I cannot express, on your land how I obsess. Life without you is useless, your sight makes me feel so blessed. I'd trade all that I possess, only your love is success. To reach Karbala, oh son of Zahra, I dream of being by your side to kiss your holy grave. Although we're apart, you live in my heart. The greatest honor in my life is to be called your slave. With all my heart I pray your land I'll see, the sight of your land that has made me be Hussain, made me be Hussain.
Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
My tears, they're endless, my years, they're worthless. You hear me calling Wa Hussaina. The pain I'll ignore, Hussein. For your cause my gain is mourning in Karbala. And when I'm walking alone, it's clear I'm not on my own. All of my days I have known, by your shrine I feel at home. Year on year my love has grown, O King on Karbala's throne. To answer your call, I'll give you my soul. My master, I'm only the dust that lies beneath your feet. I pray I'll be proud when I'm in my shroud. When I'm in my grave with Zahra, your servants you will greet. My master, your love is what sets me free. The sacrifice you gave has made me be Hussain, made me be Hussain.
I pray from afar to reach Karbala, my Hussein, how I wish to walk into your holy shrine, to stand by your gate, to give my labbaik. The pain of separation, it only gets worse with time. Tell me, my master, this year will I breathe the air of your land that has made me be Hussain, made me be Hussain.
As the dust rises in the land, we will call home. From the tears and the blood we shall build your crown. Even today we see a striking golden dome, and not a lonely man by the name of Hussein. From the young Qasim to the Ali Akbar, we enter battle crying Allahu Akbar. The swords we carry write the name of your father, and besides the name Haidar, and shall remain. We are 72 against thousands of men, and Al-Banin is one of our great women. The killers of Fatima, where have they all gone? As the sons of Yazid by our swords are all slain. We have Muslim, Wahab, Zuhair, we have Habib, and And we have lamenting Zahra's broken ribs. Where are the flies that have entered Abbas's web, as they fall like flies here upon Karbala's plains? None of us shall live to witness enough time span, even if it means hold a sword, show young Qasim. When the daughters complain of the thirst within them, who'll pick up the hot food or dance with all the pain. We are the sons of Zahra, we follow Ali, and even if our backs bend, their flags we will carry. We came as the servants of the two things weighty, the Quran and Hussain, for us one and the same. We are 72 against thousands of men, and Al-Banin is one of our great women. The killers of Fatima, where have they all gone? As the sons of Yazid by our swords are all slain. We have Muslim, Wahab, Zuhair, we have Habib, and we have lamenting Zahra's broken ribs. Where are the flies that have entered Abbas's web, as they fall like flies here upon Karbala's plains?
Some things are worth the wait. It'll be okay, it's been too long. But hey, I won't complain, I guess I'll pray and pray. Call out your name, maybe you'll find a way to calm the pain for me, even though I caused you pain. I forget you often and bring you shame. It aches your heart, my sins I know. We're far apart, but it's heart to heart. How you find me always, Ya Mahdi. How you take me away, Ya Mahdi. Come and show me the way, Ya Mahdi. Lost for words, I just say, Ya Mahdi. Where are you at tonight? In Karbala, you take our hearts with you. Wherever you are, will you say salam to Hussain? If you're there for us, if you're in Najaf, have me in your doors. If you're in Mashhad, I guess you're alone like Rada, or in Medina to see your mother Zahra. I hope you're not crying again. It rains, even the skies come bare. To see your pain, it's my fault. I mentioned the name of Hussein, oh mola. Look at me. One time, one day, I know I did you wrong. You're kind, I guess I know I'll break your heart again, but less I'll try my best. Forgive me like always how you take me on. By now I know your ways, how you find me ways. Ya Mahdi, how you take me away. Ya Mahdi, come and show me the way. Ya Mahdi, lost for words I just said. Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi.
Look ya Zahra, look ya Zahra, look ya Zahra. When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look ya Zahra. When the night fell on that desert camping, a lonely voice was heard in mourning. Then she looked and saw someone approaching, one who would join her in her grieving. She had come to see her progeny and what had become of their destiny. But she could not let her to go closer. She did not want her to really see. I do not want you to go further. You will only see pain and horror. Body with no head, 72 dead. Zainab said, do not look ya Zahra. When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look ya Zahra. Before you were born, my loving daughter, I was shown this by your grandfather. He told me what was to befall my son and how it would be a tragedy. My brother told me of this day as well. I knew what was to become of me. But even then I could not stand witness when I saw shimmer walking to him. My mother, you cannot bear to see what they did to his broken body. Arrow in his heart, liver ripped apart. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Oh mother, when he stood and addressed the people who had now turned on him, he cried and shed the bitterest of tears. I never saw such a thing from him. My brother, you who define what is brave, how can I stand to see you crying? I cry not for what shall happen to us, but that the cause of the doom is me. Even in this final moment, he could only think of their torment. How could they kill him? He came to help them. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Then her mother's eyes began to wander. Another body she had to see. A new grave had been dug in the morning. A young infant that was buried. There lay the young Qasim, son of Hassan, and next to him the older Ali. But it was Ali Asghar she came to, the one they killed in his father's arms. What was the sin of this poor child? When the arrow hit, he had wailed. He cried, I'm thirsty, have they no mercy? Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Another had now joined them in their pain. She had also lost her only sons. Fatima held her hand and led the way to the river she wanted to go. Zainab knew what for, they had gone searching her noble brother. They could not see his arms would show and lead them to him, where there lay the rest of his body. He went to bring back for us water. Then we heard a shout, oh my brother. We saw the flag fell, that was the farewell. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra.
When Fatima came to Karbala, Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra. Go back, oh mother, they've killed my brother. Zainab said, do not look, Ya Zahra.
I yearn to go visit the land of the kings, dreaming to soar around if I had wings. I'm shamed by my absence, so I'll cling to your memories, your memories. I yearn to go visit the land of the kings, dreaming to soar around if I had wings. I'm shamed by my absence, so I'll cling to your memories, your memories. Karbala, I will fill your river with my river of tears. Karbala, when I stand on your ground, I cry away my fears. Karbala, I pray that my service will always be sincere. Karbala, I will fill your river with my river of tears. Karbala, when I stand on your ground, I cry away my fears. Karbala, I pray that my service will always be sincere. I've longed to be near your shrine in this world, to be by your side where angels converge, searching the path beside you where I'll serve you in both worlds, you in both worlds. I've longed to be near your shrine in this world, to be by your side where angels converge, searching the path beside you where I'll serve you in both worlds, you in both worlds. I'm astray, call me to you, Master, as my heart bleeds in pain. I'm astray, cover my bristle with your precious holy shade. I'm astray, call me to you before my life withers away. I'm astray, call me to you, Master, as my heart bleeds in pain. I'm astray, cover my bristle with your precious holy shade. I'm astray, Pull me to you before my life withers away. I cry for the invite of the hopeful. I'm knocking on the door of the humble. The cure to my needs, please don't forget me when you summon, when you summon. I cry for the invite of the hopeful. I'm knocking on the door of the humble. The cure to my needs, please don't forget me when you summon, when you summon. Ya Abbas, I wish you could have answered his call on that day. Ya Abbas, my heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas, Ya Abbas. I wish you could have answered his call on that day. My heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. I swear by Zahra we shall not forget your pain. Ya Abbas, I wish you could have answered his call on that day. My heart breaks thinking of you, awaiting your fate. I swear by Zahra we shall not forget your pain, your pain, your pain.
Karbala, as I step onto your sand, you capture my eyes. Karbala, I see heaven has been placed here beneath your skies. Karbala, I feel the darkness of grief within me arise. Karbala, I feel my heart heavy with my wails and cries. Karbala, and finally opposite me, your pure shrine lies. All my life I've lived, now I meet with my demise. Karbala, I shed my tears wondering what I have been. I come to you dressed in all my lies and sin. I can't bear, oh forgive her. Now I'm here
in Karbala, Karbala, Karbala.
Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura, always full of mysteries. Ashura, always full of mysteries. Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura, always full of mysteries. Ashura, always full of mysteries.
Our new year starts with mourning. Muharram is our beginning. The season's tears are flowing. Our Imam, we are condoling. Our new year starts with mourning. Muharram is our beginning. The season's tears are flowing. Our Imam, we are condoling. Karbala, what precious blood was spilled there. Ashura, Al Hussein was murdered here. Ashura, Al Hussein was murdered here.
Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura, always full of mysteries. Ashura, always full of mysteries.
My master, have you but seen what exchange there was between Abbas, Zainab and Hussain? If only present you had been. My master, have you but seen what exchange there was between Abbas, Zainab and Hussain? If only present you had been. Karbala, scene of our calamity. Ashura, days of our catastrophe. Ashura, days of our catastrophe.
Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura, always full of mysteries. Ashura, always full of mysteries.
When I hear the name of Abbas and I remember his story, when he went to the Euphrates to confront all the enemies. When I hear the name of Abbas and I remember his story, when he went to the Euphrates to confront all the enemies. Karbala, my hero you took from me. Ashura, you slaughtered his family. Ashura, you slaughtered his family.
Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura,
Ya Hujjat Allah, I have one more reason to retell you, but I lack the words to say what terrible action will do. Ya Hujjat Allah, I have one more reason to retell you, but I lack the words to say what terrible action did Karbala, grave of the Imam Hussein, Ashura, the time I relive his pain, Ashura, the time I relive his pain. Karbala, why do you hold such memories? Ashura, always full of mysteries. Ashura, always full of mysteries. Karbala.
How can I call myself a friend? Didn't see your kindness again. Not seeing your love was a sin. They say love is blind in Hussain. I counted on your love again to get an invite or a way
to get to Karbala someday. Guide me and tell me what to say.
Hussain, 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 to Karbala, show us a way. Your name opens the gate of heaven when it's said in words. Your sacrifice gives us faith. We cry for you and we mourn.
Let us say, let us say, let us say. Let us write a poem, write a sonnet, write a book and play of that day. Let us say that Abal Fadhl had a flag raised but his hands fell on the last day. Let us say how the chest burn, let us say how the chest burn. Even Asghar and infant, they killed father and son there. Let us say, let us say, let us say how the chest burn, let us say how the friends turn. Let us say you are Mazloom, but you stood still and through your will showed us what is lie and real, how acceptance of our love feels, how your love is. Hussain, your love is an elixir. Hussain, Hussain, how your majlis is a gift. Hussain, Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, 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 Hussain.
Somewhere a small girl of Sadat, she doesn't tell auntie she's sad. She's messing her earring as well. Evil men were trying her hard. She didn't complain even once. She just said she misses a boss. Give her little sister a hug. All night in the dark, but she cried.
Hussain, Hussain,
See you beg and cry in vain. The Roza of you is from your mother's invited love. Karbala is never far from our hearts, from our hearts.
Let us say, let us say. Let us write a poem, write a sonnet, write a book and play of that day. Let us say that Abal Fadhl had a flag raised but his hands fell on the last day. Let us say how the chest burn, let us say how the chest burn. Even Asghar and infant, they killed father and son there. Let us say, let us say, That I say how to transplant, that I say how to friendstand, that I say you are Makhdoom, but you stood still and through your will showed us what is lie and real. How acceptance of our love feels, how your love is. Hussain, your love is an elixir. Hussain, Hussain, how your majlis is a gift. Hussain, Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, 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 Hussain.
Somewhere a promise being made. As long as I'm here, you'll be safe. Uncle constant tears in your face. I'll bring water, don't be afraid. Left to go get water for you. Hold it to my chest with the truth. How can I face you when I do? The what if I would have you to Hussain, 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 to Karbala, you lead the way. The chance of name Al Abbas, never ever leaving us. Give you our life if you ask. Your majlis, it will last.
Let us say, let us say. Let us write a poem, write a sonnet, write a book and play of that day. Let us say that Abal Fadhl had a flag raised but his hands fell on the last day. Let us say how the Tatbir, let us say how the chest burn. Even Asghar an infant, they killed father and son there. Let us say, let us say, let us say how the Tatbir, let us say how the friends stand. Let us say you are Makhdoom, but you stood still and through your will showed us what is lie and real. How acceptance of our love feels, how your love lives. Hussain, your love is an elixir. Hussain, Hussain, how your majlis is a gift. Hussain, Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, don't let us leave. Hussain, 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 Hussain.
In Karbala somewhere alone, Mahdi of Zahra on his own. Tears in his eyes and they fall. He holds a majlis for us all.
Ya Ayyuhal Aziz, take me to Karbala with you. Keep me in the door to keep me in the door to. I'm empty-handed, stranded. I left you, come back when I need you. Ya Mahdi, Madadi.
Swear from my birth to my grave, and swear by God's creation, I was made only a slave for the ship of salvation, for the one whose blood fell like rain. Why should my blood not fall too? I'll raise my sword and shout Hussein, for you my vow I'll renew. I'll beat my chest, I'll never rest. All of my life I'd sacrifice. Your name beats in my heart, the truth so clear. Even though we're apart, you're always near. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah. All my days I give in your name, serving you my desire. burns an eternal flame. You've set my soul on fire for the one who gave all he had. Why should I not give all of me? I'm proud his love's made me go mad. Without him I would not be. I'll shout Hussein once and again, all that I have on his behalf. Knowing you is true wealth, you've made me rich. To reach your holy shrine is all I wish. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah. And when I dream of Karbala, you're standing there on your own. I hear the screams of Zahra. I'm here, you're not alone. For the one whose chest was broken, why should I not beat my chest? I'll cry till my eyes stopped working. From this blessing I won't rest. I'd give my heart for Karbala. All of my years I'll shed my tears. And when I close my eyes I see your land. Under Karbala skies with you I'll stand. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah. Labbaik, labbaik, ya Aba Abdillah.
صوت النحر صاحب فخر، هذا شهر محرم. نوقف خدم نرفع علم، وحي الحزن تكلم، وحي الحزن تكلم. لون السواد توشحت كل الضماير، راية محرم رفعت جروح المنابر. بقلوبنا تظل نار على حسين لهابه. نقسم بالزكية منعوف العزية، منعوف العزية.
هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه. هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه. صرخة رافضية منعوف العزية، منعوف العزية.
الأمان من قول وفعل، هسه وقبل وعدنا. من اللطم ما ننحرم، نكسر عظم صدرنا، نكسر عظم صدرنا. سين منجنا بكربلا انكسرت عظامه، خلينا ننعم صيبته ونطبر الهامه. هذه دمانا والله سوى يطيح بعتابه. لو نوقع سوية منعوف العزية، منعوف العزية.
هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه. هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه. صرخة رافضية
بعد عن معتقد يبقى عهد عزانك. حب كربلاء هو الصلة من بدل بدمانه، من بدل بدمانه. تبقى المجالس خالدة اليوم القيامة، واللي خدم من فاطمة يحصل وسامة. عاشور شهر الأحزان مع حسين وأصحابه، واحنا لهالرزية منعوف العزية، منعوف العزية.
هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه، هذا عزانا للموت على حسين ومصابه. صار خافضية منعوف العزية، منعوف العزية.
كربلاء يا
كربلاء يا كربلاء يا كربلاء، كربلاء يا كربلاء يا كربلاء، كربلاء يا كربلاء يا كربلاء، كربلاء يا كربلاء يا كربلاء.
Mother, forgive me for I no longer live, but I gave till nothing left there was to give. For brother Hussein I gave my left and right. Oh mother, for Hussein I gave my eyesight.
Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala.
I gave my rights, for I was his right hand man. When all left Hussein, with Hussein I would stand. I gave him my left, I promised to give all. I refused to see before me Hussein fall.
Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala.
With an arrow to my eye, I could still see. Like Zainab, I still saw nothing but beauty. They rejoiced at my pain, but did they not know? For Hussein on death itself, myself I throw.
Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala.
They hit me with a pole, my balance I lost. No arms to support, from my horse I was tossed. But mother, despite everything that they took, still to Master Hussein with guilt I would look.
Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala.
More I wanted to offer, I was not done. For me the battle hadn't even begun. But mother, forgive me, to me death had come. How could I leave when Hussein hadn't yet won?
Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala, Karbala ya Karbala ya Karbala.
mother, though in my grave you have my support. Continue my mission for which I had fought. Mother, for forgiveness I ask you again, for I departed and alone stands Hussein.
Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala, Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala, Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala, ya Karbala.
I wake up to find you have left, oh Father. My tears drip down and they flow like a river. Please come back, I ask you by our Creator. I have never been away from you ever. I miss your scent and kiss, oh son of Haidar. And my name is the sweet name of your mother. You've given me this name, and you I do not blame. Your mother, she loved you, and my love is the same. You've given me this name, and you I do not blame. Your mother, she loved you, and my love is the same. Your words I want to hear. You leave me with my tears, and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You take all the children, you take all the women. So why did you leave me and leave my heart broken? You leave me alone here, you leave me with my tears, and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
I stand and wait at my door for your return. You left me but took all the other children. With every passing day I feel my heart burn. I long to kiss you, your warmth is what I yearn. You were my rose, my flower and my vision. Without Hussein, to who am I left to turn? I'm surrounded by night. Father, you are my light. I live in a shadow without hearing or sight. I'm surrounded by night. Father, you are my light. I live in a shadow without hearing or sight. I long to hold you near. You leave me with my tears, and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You take all the children, you take all the women. So why did you leave me and leave my heart broken? You leave me alone here, you leave me with my tears,
my tears,
and leave my heart broken.
He tells me, oh my rose, why are your eyes wet? I tell him your absence my heart can't accept. My father, every night at your side I've slept. I've never met anyone like you I've met. Your hand in my hand, always I would have cared. Every day I was apart from you I've wept. He tells me, oh young one, It is God's decision that you must be left here and live life an orphan. He tells me, oh young one, it is God's decision that you must be left here and live life an orphan. I tell him I can't bear you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You take all the children, you take all the women. So why did you leave me and leave my heart broken? You leave me alone here, you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
I ask him by Zahra, why would you leave me? Since my birth every day you have been near me. He tells me, oh my star, death approaches me. You remind me of my mother, it hurts me. But I tell him I don't care if death takes me. Let me die beside you, Father, please let me. With you and your body, please let me be buried. Together we will die, this will make me happy. With you and your body, please let me be buried. Together we will die, this will make me happy. My loneliness I fear, you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You take all the children, you take all the women. So why did you leave me and leave my heart broken? You leave me alone here, you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You took with you my brothers, sisters and all. I wish the skies both day and night on me fall. Your mother cried out between the door and wall. My father, I cry out to the same call. I cry when shimmer over your neck stands tall. I shed tears when Zainab cries in Yazid's hall. I cry when the arrows make my father's blood flow. They take Hussein away, leave me with his shadow. I cry when the arrows make my father's blood flow. They take Hussein away, leave me with his shadow. Your shadow I hold dear, you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
You take all the children, you take all the women. So why did you leave me and leave my heart broken? You leave me alone here, you leave me with my tears and leave my heart broken, and leave my heart broken.
Broken hearts, broken hearts. On our lips whisper Ya Abbas. Raise my hands to remember your arms, remember your pain. I lose my calm, I hit my chest with my palms. You called me out as I have come. Muharram's here, Hussein salam. I I hear the call of Hussein. I hear the call of Hussein. Invited me and I came. I cry when I hear your name. The chant of your name, it brings me home. Oh Karbala, here I come. I hit my chest till I feel numb. Muharram, I'm here, salam. I live for your Muharram, Hussein. You know how crazy I am, Hussein. No one can save me, you can, Hussein. Ya Hussein, I'm yours if you take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I'm sure you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I know you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, I'm yours if you take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I'm sure you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I know you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. Black and red, red and black. The wind blew just to raise your flag. The rain poured just to remind us that we're only here as you called us out. Wherever your majlis will be at, carried your sign on our backs. We're grateful that you invite us back. I chant the name of Hussein. I chant the name of Hussein. I feel the heat of your flame. I kneel to your feet full of shame. I know that I wasn't worthy, but as always you still called me. I lost my way, you showed me, as if you knew I felt lonely. I live for your Muharram, Hussein. You know how crazy I am, Hussein. No one can save me, you can, Hussein. Ya Hussein, I'm yours if you take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I'm sure you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I know you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, I'm yours if you take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I'm sure you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, I know you'll take me away to Karbala. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
Karbala, 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 Karbala. Yearning to go to the land of miracles. Yearning to go, no matter how difficult, to Karbala on Arba'in. How can I stay? For the pain in my heart is growing. How can I stay when to heaven I'll be going to Karbala on Arba'in? For Sayyid al-Shuhada, I'll give all that I have in the way of Al Hussein, just like Al Bani. She gave away all her sons. I'll give all of my loved ones I not see بين الحرمين? My whole life just only has one aim, to be beside the one that was slain.
Allahu Akbar ya Karbala, قلبي عاشق زيارة كربلاء. اللهم ارزقنا كربلاء بحق سيد الشهداء.
And when I walk, my tears would talk with Zahra, a conversation. I will tell her, she will answer. I know full well your intention. Visit Hussein, visit Abbas. Oh Zaire, you have my blessing. On Judgment Day, Zahra would say, my son Hussein's your salvation. Yearning to go to the land of Abbas and Hussein. Yearning to go, for in my heart there is a flame. It only beats out just one name, no one other than Al Hussein. I will not stop until I reach your holy land. I will not stop until my feet touch your sand. Just like Abbas Abal Fadhl, for you Hussein I'll give my hand. Millions and millions to his grave gather, visiting Hussein and his brother. Abbas, ya Abbas, oh flag bearer, we'll come walking to you in Karbala. Oh Allah, I can't live without Hussein. How can I not see بين الحرمين? My whole life just only has one aim, to be beside the one that was slain.
Allahu Akbar ya Karbala, قلبي عاشق زيارة كربلاء. اللهم ارزقنا كربلاء بحق سيد الشهداء.
Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the care of our beloved one that towered on us? Where is the gaze of our blessed son that left us in bliss? Of our blessed moon, what has become? Where is our Abbas? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the one who promised us water and then disappeared? Where is the gate of this Karbala who would once hold space? Where Where is the king of Hussein's daughters to wipe all our tears? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the eye that watched us firmly whenever we went? Where is the patient son of Ali as we all lament? Where is our courage and bravery as they burn our tent? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the flag that would once flutter high above our heads? Where is the sword that would once shatter the tyrants ahead? Where is the only love that matters as to change we led? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is the night you would guard all night as the day now comes? When the sun brings again its daylight, what shall then become? As we're left here, horror and fright, no hope and no one. Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? Where is our guardian, our Abbas? As we away, oh, where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? Where are the hands that once comforted us? Where is our uncle? घर से जाने भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. सर से जाने भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. बच गया दीन मगर, बच गया दीन मगर, कुछ ना बचा ज़ैनब का. सर से चादर भी गई, घर भी लुटा ज़ैनब का. लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए, लड़खड़ाते हुए दीने भी संभलने के लिए. बाजू रस्सी से बंधा, बाजू रस्सी से बंधा, थाम लिया ज़ैनब का. सर گیا دین مگر کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا اس کے دی کے لیے جب اس نے ردا بھی دے دی اس کے دی کے لیے جب اس نے ردا بھی دے دی دیکھتا رہ گیا زینب کو خدا زینب کا گھر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا بچ گیا دین مگر بچ گیا دین مگر کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا پوچھا صغرا نے یہ سجاد سے تنہائی میں پوچھا صغرا نے یہ سجاد سے تنہائی میں شام تک بھائی سفر شام تک بھائی سفر کیسے کٹا زینب کا گھر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا بچ گیا دین مگر بچ گیا دین مگر کچھ نہ بچا زینب کا سر سے چادر بھی گئی گھر بھی لٹا زینب کا
السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله السلام